Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, OTC. Hopefully everybody's good. It is Tuesday, March 5th, and I just stepped on something extremely fucking sharp. Thank you. That hurt. Good morning. Hopefully everybody is well. We got a bunch of data coming out right here at 9:45. Gonna get prepared for that. Probably going to I'm not probably, unless this market goes and you see Apple get back up over like 175, 176, and everything just started ripping to the upside. I would assume, just like I was talking about last week, Tesla being short all week last week, and it wanted to sit there and range trade. Now Tesla is fucking melting, and it is a beautiful thing. We didn't get the move as quick as we wanted to last week, but if you were listening to me when we were talking about rolling over those options, it is very, very, very profitable right now. CVS Frog, what's up? Good morning, good morning. Dr. Mr. Business, how are you, sir? Arctic Fox, what's poppin'? I appreciate. I think it's pretty swifty that you like that music. CVS, I'm glad I could do it for you. If you guys can look at my AMD chart, bottom right chart, AMD is kind of the indicator today, in my opinion. The area that I'm looking for is kind of this little gap fill and see what happens from there. If we do a decent job of pushing up to the upside very, very quickly in like the first few minutes, then and get above that little red downtrend, then or the little downtrend and above the red line for resistance, then I would assume that we try to use that line as support, and you might see some consolidation and then a move up later. But that is if you think the market is going to go up. I, however, don't think that it's going to go up. I think it's going to continue to go down. More concerning thing, though, is the fact that if the SPY is over 500 and Tesla's already under 2, almost at 180, like Tesla 90 question mark? Thoughts? Go ahead and throw your opinions and your thoughts in the chat one time for the one time. Let's get it popping. Oh, morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, kind of just gonna be just an analytical day. I'm not really trying to trade a bunch of shit. Not really trying to fuck with things unnecessarily. So I'm just gonna be definitely watching. This is kind of the reason why I easily can see them going and trying to hold this. The place that I would come back to would be right here to the 1061, but I think they're going to actually try to set the SQs up right here. Every time we wanted to go long here, it just wanted to consolidate, and then it started to squeeze to the upside, and then it moved. I think this definitely continues. I want to go and grab 1094 though. I want to go and mount up above that. So we'll definitely watch the market while it's opening and try to figure out what's popping. See if there's a brand new whip that we can hop in. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that you like and subscribe with your grandmother's lips. If you don't, you're a fucking communist bastard. SQ is going to 13. Let's see. Well, considering that this looks like this is going to be a break to the upside if it goes, and it's trending. Yeah, I mean, if your two options are here. Now, this is the only, I guess, downside to this would be to think that you could potentially get a buyback in 1050, but the fact that we gapped up here, we need to break up over that 1088. Once we get through 1088, which is basically the resistance from earlier, we need 1111 make a wish, and then as soon as we get through that, we need like 1131 and 1136. If we can go and do all of that, we need to remount 1167. If we can do that, I would be looking for the break to the top side up here, which would be roughly about $12. But I could absolutely see this turning over on a daily. This is what you're getting. There's your support trend here. And right now, we basically went and ended here, and then we gapped up. So we're over 1083. That 1083 right this second is a perfect bottom to this downside candle right here. So we're trying to basically get up to the 1086 and push through the bottom of its 1090 candle. So it's going to be about a 1094 that I want to see it break up to the top side. This is obviously going to be the first resistance, but this is the trend that I'm looking at to go and maintain. What is kind of odd though is that this is going to want to turn the fuck around immediately and return back to 1205 if we can go and break through some of these key levels. But that 1131 is obviously the big fucking level right now in the sand. That being said, you can go and turn over the other side. You have a lot of range on the SPY, but we missed right here all the support touch back. So if you're looking for a long-term play, I could easily see this coming back to 460. Not even joking, remotely. Right this second. This is what you're doing. Whatever, we'll run Wix. Fuck it. And the fucking ass. So you have, and the reason why I think that this is, like, I think that this is going right back into 506 to the 507 area. That's where I would want to hold this up, where it tried to go and show you a little bit of support here. indicators are all underneath that and you have a gap fill on underneath it, fuck it. I could easily see that getting to, let's call it 1160, 1170 or so. I feel like they're gonna go and try to close this up above 1180 at some point, giving everybody the go ahead to like send it up to the top side, and then they end up like shorting it overnight and letting the market run or something stupid like that. But right off a rip, I'm looking for what happened. I want to basically see the market run on the SPY right back into the top side of the 200. As soon as it goes and goes on the top side of the 200, I'm short. And it'll more than likely be something like this. It'll be a fucking candle that just goes right through the top, wicks up just like this one, and then ends up fucking sending it back down to the downside. Yeah, a little wishful thinking, but if you bought yesterday, those will probably be good if you bought enough of them. But I wouldn't suggest that. I wrote on, I don't know if you guys have caught on to the fact that like I hid things in the thumbnail. My thoughts, I don't even remember what the fuck I thought. Hold on one second. I have Tesla at the top potentially of fuck. I have the top on Tesla anywhere between 189.40 and 192.69. I think the bottom for right this second could be like a 167. Shout out to Arctic Fox. Him and I kind of agreed on that level. I think NVIDIA probably tries to run back to this, tries to hold this 50 area. I don't know that it goes and actually maintains right here. If we break under the 450 or under the 850, excuse me, I would assume that we're going to be short. And what did I say to NVIDIA? Bottom of 559 potentially, not today, but like obviously at some point in the next, I could even see that in the next 30 days. No bullshit. I wouldn't go and that's not financial advice, but like I could easily see them fucking on NVIDIA nasty because of how hard it ran. And just when you think it's gonna hit support, it's gonna end up going and fucking folding right through that because there was nothing there to hold it up. So I'm looking at that as basically a roller coaster ride. Phun's ripping. Phun can suck my fucking dick. Fuck that stock. Shout out to Phun though. Shout out to the Donald for getting reinstated or whatever the fuck it's called. Put back on the ballot essentially. When the Bitcoin halving happens, miners have to double production. But there's still only 900 Bitcoin. NVIDIA is the best mining GPUs. You're right. But I think that everybody's definitely high as fuck. Simple as that. I think everybody's genuinely just fucking retarded. This is AI. This is crypto. This is EVs. This is the same shit every fucking time that we go and want any type of move on anything that people could look at as a decent thing for the world, ends up getting fucked on every time, I promise you. Not financial advice, but like anytime there is something good that can come of some kind of technology or crypto or a squeeze or buy buttons getting fucking deleted, whatever it is. And you're actually, hold on a minute. The fucking SPY right now is falling through 510. My issue here is that we're getting data. I would like to see that data. Thank you. We're getting ISM and global composite PMI, ISM employment index, and then we have Barr speaking at noon, a couple things at 10, but we basically have news right at 9:45. We don't have it at 9:30. So if you go and I guess humor me here, you have a SPY top where I think you're probably decently short at 511.47 on the SPY. You have kind of the same run up to where I could easily see us getting into that 196, into the 195. If you really get weird, you can see the 192, 194 area, but I don't think you're going to. I think they're going to take the advantage to think like everybody and their brother is going to think that like this is going to bounce. I think absolutely, yeah, everything's going to bounce just long enough for you to get in it, and then they're going to take it down to the downside. So I'm looking for NVIDIA, anything basically that cracks the top of this box, or the gap fill anyway. So assuming that like you just, it seems like you're just going to get the pump. And the reason why I feel like it's better to go and assume that you're going to get it to the upside is because A, it looks like it's going to do that. But B, right in this area, we have the ability to go off the resistance. So what it makes me feel like is if we do go and happen to get bullish though, and get a bunch of buying all of a sudden like we did yesterday morning, this is going to try to run to 204 and find this red line as resistance right here. But if it goes and mounts that resistance, it's going to be up and over that. So you're going to see this go and like test at some point this downtrend right here. If that ends up being the case, that means that this is going to go and have to break this downtrend right there. And if that's the case, you'll see this green candle, find the 96 EMA, and then more than likely be somewhere into the 200, and I wouldn't be surprised. But the difference is that at 9:45 we can either go down off the news. So where would I have to be technically to kind of confirm that? Well, right now underneath the 96 EMA is not good right now on AMD. Phun, couldn't give a shit less about it. Apple's down here, but remember we had Apple all the way into 186 here, or 160, excuse me, 168. I want to say that I said last week there's even potential for Apple 165 or some stupid shit like that. Being like, oh yeah, it might happen in 30 days or so, not thinking it would happen over a weekend. But in retrospect, right this second, the entire market is getting shit on. And it does not go and make me feel good that with the SPY up this high, the SPY should be making this type of shit happen, where we just fold $2 real quick back into support, right? Because this is effectively where we were at, 511.92. That's the first place that I'm going to think that this is going to try to run back to, even though it did break down over pre-market. It happens to have a gap fill here. It happens to have the 200 also line up perfectly with it. It also has the line in the sand that it's tried to hold several times. This is going to end up being a resistance, in my opinion. But this is a breakout that failed miserably and then immediately gave even more back. The way that you go and capitalize off of stupid people here is by going and immediately go. I would assume what they do is they're going to try to run the market and almost flash it to the downside just for a second to give people the insinuation the same way that the articles are going, which is holy shit, everything's fucking done. I then think as soon as that happens, you see a bounce in the overall market all the way around, whether it's at 9:45 or right off the first couple minute candles. It seems like they're going to want to try to bait everybody back into this. And you know that every person and their brother right this second are trying to go and buy Tesla at 180. I think it's a great buy. I genuinely do. However, I think that it's a better buy at 165, and I think that it has absolutely every ability to get there. I even think Tesla could go to 90. Make sure that you like and subscribe with your grandmother's lips. Let me know if you guys need anything. Pre-installing the miner was genius. You need to look into Creso, CRESO, the crypto that is partnered with NVIDIA and Microsoft. It's currently at like 5 cents. It's very, very difficult to go and get into if you're brand new to crypto. But if you need any help, ask GTA or myself. But GTA is definitely your man, but not financial advice. But that project looks very, very, very good to me, and it looks technically like it's about to rip. Here's an interesting thing on Tesla. They're trying to show you that you have they're trying to show you right here that you have support. And they're going to break this back up over not only the 183, write these down if you want to. I don't give a shit. Was I a day late on those 205s, or was I a day late on the 205s? Like, sorry that, yeah. But rolling those out and now seeing that you have a 183 resistance, which I don't think goes and gives you much trouble. I think they try to go and show you the fact that it might get rejected here, but like, this is more than likely, in my opinion, more beneficial to them into the 184, even potentially higher than that. But I want to see definitely what happens at open here. And that 184, the 183, 184 area has definitely got a lot of problems. So we have about 3 minutes going into the market. No 100% runners yet. Yet, sir. Day late, $1 short. You have no idea. So think about, oh, I bought one of those PCs, Cyber. Yeah, no, that's brilliant. But when people realize that that's literally a privacy issue, Meta and fucking Nvidia and everybody's gonna get sued again. Here's your Apple push down. Watch Nvidia too, but right now I'm trying to go and watch AMD because I think AMD is going to go and be more I think it's going to telegraph its move a little bit here. We have roughly 90 seconds. Yeah, futures are down, and you're going to more than likely see volatility to the upside on the SQs. They're already moving up. They're still continuing to move up. Next level I have is 1094 and 1139. Keep an eye on that. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be trading a couple things open. But I appreciate you guys being here, hanging out. If anybody needs anything, I'm here. But other than that, we're gonna be just getting a little here and getting a little there. That's it. But if you guys see something that you like or a stock that you like, let me know. I'll look at it and give you my best opinion. The only thing I can do is tell you guys what I would do. Ding, ding, ding. Be careful that this doesn't try to go and show you a bounce here. It's not going to, I don't believe. So there's Apple trying to go exactly to that 170.20. That's a very, very like ill-advised place for that to try to set up because it's effectively trying to set up on a house of cards. It's already a resistance area. AMD's probably going to come back to the top side real quick. Where is Nvidia? Apple is looking at support here, but it's trying to use that 170.20. Here's Tesla coming to the downside. They're going to try to go and show you this bounce. I'm not bullshitting you. Like, this is primed to go and let the SPY go to the top side, Tesla to fucking bounce, Apple to bounce here. It's going to go and bounce and go right back into support and shit the bed. 9:45 is probably a perfect amount of time for this to run back to. Yeah, I'm not questioning it at all. Look at fucking Nvidia trying to come off the 200 right here. Oh yeah, Nvidia, touch me. Tu mami sue, órale verga. AMD just turned over like a cheap date. Watch SMCI or whatever the fuck it is. Watch, yeah, Meta I said was coming off the 489 or something like that. I have a Arctic probably is gonna love to hear this, but I have a further structure, I guess, for my sentiment on Rivian still to the upside. Not even remotely a question. Um, I have 6 of them in my neighborhood, so Palantir $23, I'm assuming. All right, now let's bounce as a collective so that we can go and trap as many shitters in that think that this is going to go up and continue to go up, and this is the dip. It's not. This is the dip to figure out where the fuck we're going. That's what we're doing. I almost feel like AMD is just about to shit the bed. I just picked up AMD 165 puts. Let's just assume I'm not a degenerate and let's just go a couple weeks out. AMD just bounced hard as shit off of 198, which I like, but Nvidia is getting smacked in the tits. But watch this thing get sucked up right to the top side. You'll see it get sucked up to 540, 547.95, and then use that as a support zone to try to go and basically move through that one or the 850. The 850 is perfect because it's a psychological. If they go long from there, so does the market, but it can go long from that psychological with no support. So it looks like we're bouncing here on Tesla. Nvidia is cratering into. We're effectively going to try to go find. Ooh, we're gonna actually probably hold that 446. Watch the market bounce right here. Go ahead. Well, I don't give a fuck what SPY does, honestly. Everything else just bounce. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Fill that. One time for the one time. Do it for state, you bitch. You want to do it for state. I'm buying an obscene amount of yeah, I want much lower. I want to tell you guys, I still fucking absolutely hate this platform. We just filled some 160 or 160 Tesla or not Tesla 160 AMD puts. Keep in mind that like I couldn't give a shit less where this is going right this second because I have shares and a lot of them to the upside that I've just bought in a blue chip yesterday at 206.90, I think is what we filled at. But the fact that we're trying to go and push back up into that area makes me feel good about this. If it ever needs to go back up to the upside, but it's going to be a very, very long time before I think that happens. Tesla coming back down, trying to hold this support at 182.35 while AMD is running back up. Now we're going to watch this break over to the upside. It's going to use the 96 EMA, which is this blue line, and it's going to try to retest the 204.60 area. I can almost bet you money this is breaking. It's going to use these fucking candles right here from pre-market that I saw. Right here. It's going to use 201.80. Watch this. I'm nuts. Watch this shit. Oh, no. Go through. There's no shot. There you go, NVIDIA. What's up? Brand new whip. This is going to go and come right through these areas like fucking butter, though, when it comes back down. Come on, AMD. One time. One time for the one time. Get on your John Deere, shitter. Let's go. Hold the 50. You want to do it? You're going to do it for state. You're going to do it for town and country. And you're going to do it for the fucking queen. Okay? NVIDIA, let's go. I'm ready. Talk to me. Rip it. Is it odd to anybody else that these are perfect numbers here? These are perfect numbers here. Dead ass. That's locked now. This one's locked. But this is from right here. I want to say this breaks because everybody's going to go and think that this is just going to get downsided. I don't think so. Yeah, there we go, NVIDIA. Let's go. Tesla looking to bounce right here. Probably is going to get a sympathy bounce from NVIDIA moving through this, what, 580, or excuse me, 855 area. AMD one time, go to the 200. Let's get it. Go. NVIDIA is not fucking around. Yep, there we go. That's what I was thinking. Get through. Yeet. Later. Get there. Oh, get there. That's strength. They're going upside first. Woo, woo, yeah, bitch. Let's go. What a beautiful move. Let's go. Easy. Absolute easy money right here. Now, I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. Not even a smidge. Not even a little bit. This is where it's going, and I'm not doing anything other than shorting it from here. Other than my blue chip and my own shares, the options that I have on AMD, NVIDIA, Tesla, anything like that right now would be to the downside. I want to buy at smarter levels. I'm going to go and I'm definitely taking my medicine in Tesla for this week. I promise you. But shorting it from yesterday, after we broke whatever the fuck it was, 200 or whatever. I'm just going to assume that we're going to come and pull back a little bit. So I'm effectively long on AMD. However, I think that I could easily end up dollar cost averaging into that. NVIDIA is trying to go and hold its 20 right here. It needs it, but what also needs to happen is the SQs are now up 3%. There's your 1094, and you need to go through it now. Are you not entertained, sir? Arctic up 100%. Those should be going ding real quick. If they're up 100%, I'm not necessarily saying take your profit, but letting one out might be great because you're probably more than likely going to get this 1098 retouch. So I would be now long on the SQs anywhere we decided to hold here. So, but I think that this is going to try to go and break through. This is going to try to bait people in just one more time because obviously AMD needs to move a little bit further because that's not the entire gap fill either. So we're going to be looking for our, I don't know. Yeah, there's the gap. The gap actually goes into our box by like, I want to say 20 cents or so. Yeah. SQs to the top side. If they go and get through this 11, they were looking for something a little higher than that, but not too much. 11.14 is a possibility that they're going to get, that's big resistance that you're going to have to deal with. Right here, 11.12. What's up, Murph? What's up, G? You good? What in the fuck is happening? Come here. Come here. What in the fuck is happening? You like me all of a sudden? What's up, dude? Okay. Yeah, I'm fucking killing the game right now. That's what's happening, Murphy. You know, I'm looking so fucking voluptuous. My dog actually likes me today. That's fucking crazy. Let's go. Dubs. W's. Let's go. I'm gonna end up fucking around and get my face bit again. Let's get through 1099 on the SQs real quick one time and use that 1099 to consolidate between 105. AMD's looking strong right here, but this candle speaks nothing other than weakness, in my opinion. You good? You good, Murphy? What are you doing? You're good. You're not. We're good. We good? What did you do wrong? You look guilty as shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. Whatever it is, just don't tell Mom. Okay? I got you. I'll whatever. I'll hide the fucking body, dude. But like, just don't tell her. You know, I'd crush her and shit. Tesla, give me a green candle off of VWAP one time. Tesla is going to go up. I'm assuming for a very, very brief stint. I really like the rejection off the 180, 184, 185 area. I would be starting to look short here, but I still stand behind my sentiment of 189. Let's just call it anything between the 200 and the 96, I think is easily shortable. I don't know exactly where they're going to want to go and pop, lock, and drop this bitch, if you will, but SQs over 11. Watch this go to 11 or into 11.12. No matter what, or no matter how high it goes, I can't stop buying. Sheep? Murphy, are you a sheep buyer? Are you a sheep buyer, dude? Nah, fuck that sheep, but yeah, nah. Fuck that sheep. We're into that fucking hypoallergenic shit out here, cuh. Woo! Let's go. Tesla, get green one time. Stay, hold that candle. You won't. Bitch. Right here, that's what we need. Look at this fucking wick. Look at these wicks. This is strength. However, there's nobody trying to short this right this second. There's nobody trying to hold this down. I promise. It's just technically being held down right now. It will more than likely break the 183 right here. SQ's continuing to come to the top side, but right there at the psychological 101, this could go and this could try to consolidate here. And I don't think it's ready for. I don't think the market's ready to go and shit the bed. What's his face? Excuse me. PMI is out, and there's the move. Tesla. Let's go, guys. If you have not hit that fucking like button one time yet, and you see this right here, look, this fucker jumped into my lap today. He's never done that before. So, like, you gotta definitely get the high five right there. One time for the one time. You go do something. Ouch. But make sure that you fucking hit the like button one time, because that's voluptuous. 184 getting just fucking absolutely bodied right there at the 184 off that wick. It's gonna go through it, but if you're going and trying to understand hey, stop digging. Thank you. I'm fucking busy, no? I appreciate you, G, but like, you gotta shut the hell up. Thank you. Lay down on your couch or something, like, just chill. It's a sign Sheev is going up, thanks. No, we're going to come all the way up here to go to the all-time high of Bitcoin, and more than likely just come short. God damn it, I'm fucking voluptuous right now. Titties are out, let's go. There's no shot. This is going to consolidate sideways for a minute. It's going to more than likely try to hold that 1098, because that 1098 was a very, very key level just to go and get the data. Like, this is when I started feeling odd about the SQs just consolidating sideways. So literally right there on that candle. Tesla, what are we doing here? If anybody knows anything if anybody has heard me say anything, this should be very clear what this is. Very clear. Oh, is that Tesla trying to hold the fucking, oh, okay, the 50, okay. All right. It's as if somebody had a crystal fucking ball, right? And was just fucking cooking, like just absolutely cooking like Russell Wilson. God damn it. Big wick on the bottom of this, turning into a green candle off the support. This is easy. This is also a break of resistance, whereas the next thing is going to be the next question, and it's more than likely right there. Anything wicks down into this, I would not be in this for a long time. I would be in it for a very good time, for a very quick amount of time, and I would try to leave that bitch. But bye, Tesla. We're running into our area now. I would assume, I don't think that you're going to get the 195. I think you more than likely get the 196, potentially the 195, but or excuse me, 192 and the 194. But it makes more sense to go and, like, this was a very, very clean type of bounce that it tried to make, and then we absolutely fucking lost every bit of strength that we had there the exact same way. the exact same way that we did it right here. Completely different pattern, but like we tried to go and show a bounce and a move to the out, like to the upside through this resistance. We then immediately fucking fell through it. So what we tried to do was show that we were good here support wise. This is resistance, and this would be support, just for a rough, like very, very quick intraday. This is going to be your resistance. This is going to be your support. Where these two are going to want to fuck around is going to make sense now, because now you see this coming directly back in and giving up that resistance level. So now we're back on the other side of it. And the fact that we tried to go through in pre-market and didn't even come close to the 555 or getting back into our indicators, it felt weak, obviously. Now we're doing the same thing, but we're going to try to go and bait everybody that we possibly can into potentially breaking the high. So you're going to be looking at probably NVIDIA at 860, AMD potentially just going sideways until it tries to spark up it right here. But Tesla's trying to go and do a break and a retest right now, literally as we fucking speak. I would be looking long. Like if I was just sitting here day trading very quickly, this is what I'm trying to go and relate. Bitcoin is 200 USD. Yeah, from all-time highs. Yes, it is. Anybody check? I have it on my other portfolio. Why? What happened? God damn. Yes, sir. Randy, you sexy son of a bitch. Let's go. That's going to continue. I have the technicals and shit that I did on the other chart. Tesla's trying to hold this. Here's the way that this might not retest first. That's how they could go and bring it back. This is going to either go and have this like little bumper almost of like a cushion, so that eventually this has to come back and retouch this line. If it doesn't do it right this second, that's great, because that means that it has to come back and relatively soon. I almost go and hope this just goes green from here. Right here, hold the 50 Tesla, continue the move. AMD getting close to my buy to the downside. I'm going to be out of OCEA on pretty much everything. I have it in a couple different portfolios. There you go. There's your touch. Bang, right there. Beautiful. Stop hunting back to VWAP. And now this looks like this tries to go and roll over right here. It doesn't. It's going to try to go to the top side first, because everything else is either down at support or the support that they want you to see right this second, and let people theoretically try to bounce in their mind of like, oh, you know what, we're probably going to see some more downside, but right now we're definitely going up. Okay, well, they'll let you see that real quick, and then we'll open up even lower tomorrow. Bitcoin 68,000. 68.8. That's wild. Anybody want to go and see what I see? This is interesting, if that's the case. What did Bitcoin do in these days right here, the consolidation? It probably consolidated, I would almost bet. 232, excuse me, 223, February 23rd. It's gonna be here, right? So Bitcoin is the new SQs. Don't fucking shoot the messenger, dude. I'm just saying. Yeah, if you don't see that I don't know. It's choppy, and you have to kind of put bits and pieces together, but I would be taking Tesla to the top side here. There's your move right here, still back into the 96, or excuse me, into 50. Yeah, 1106, 1112 is immediately my first resistance. That's also where you start becoming a little illiquid. Beautiful area for the SPY to try to bounce here. Even if it just consolidates sideways, I think the market continues to keep going. NVIDIA on a 4-hour, you're looking at range. This just tried to bait everybody right there. Breaking over that, what, 860 and a half. So this is going to try to look once again to do that. I would assume that we more than likely revisit low. I would at least say down this way. But I want to see this try to go and refake that 866 area. SQs trying to go through 11, not doing a fuck. Still holding that. Damn, we actually did dip into 170.08. None your business. Inflation adjusted Bitcoin. Yeah. There's Tesla trying to get back over VWAP. There's the SPY. Very, very voluptuous. Let's go. Apple's going to help us here when we get... Apple's about to go through VWAP. It's just going to say no thank you. I don't want to go under 170.49 any longer and just put its foot down and move. I'll wait. Tesla right here is about to do the same thing. Don't stop there. Christ's sake, don't stop there. That is exactly into my buy spot, though. So anything light here, that's where I would have liked it anyway. That's where I thought that this was good. This was just stop hunting, and this is showing you that it's correct. If you don't realize this is confirmation of, even though you broke south of the retest, look at what's happening right here. And it's doing it in a perfect situation where the entire market has the ability to let now that the SQ just drop right into the 1094 just real quickly, come short into the 180, let's just call it like 184. And that thing probably goes 188, 184 and continues. But like everybody's gonna go and think that, oh my God, the fuck is this? Okay, well, hey, take a breath and realize what it is that I'm doing. Because what I'm doing right now is yucky. I'm fucking shit up. I am fucking shit up right now. Let's go. Caesar C, good morning. Let's go Bitcoin. Oh, Caesar C's got his tits out for Bitcoin. Let's go. Tesla's about to get probably long over that 96 EMA. No. 96 EMA is where that's stopping. I would assume that I might be a little, I might actually, SPY might come up a little bit short here to get back to the 511 because it did get kind of worked pretty quickly. You're semi trying to hold support right here on the SQs. I like this. I want to see this go and hold this support at 1093. I don't want to see this go and give anything back, because if it does, then it makes it more understandable to bring it back into the 1086 and then 1080. And the way that I think they go and hold this support is this is going to consolidate just like this over VWAP. You're going to get a limit a stop hunt push to the downside. That stop hunt push is probably going to find the support 1080, 1085, but it would be a perfect situation because at the same time, 1085, 1084 area into the 1082. I want to see what happens when we find these two areas in pre-market, because it would be similar to where the SPY is right this second. Different way of looking at it. Absolutely different way of looking at it. SQs, bringing it back. Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. Haven't heard from you in a minute, babe. Shout out to Chris Brown. If you don't see looking into pre-market why we're having a big conversation here, well, just look at it. Somebody told us no here from going any further to the top side, and somebody told us no from going to the downside here. So this, if you want to call it little support, I'm not even going to go and make that a green candle though, just to go and prove my point. There's no fucking way in hell we hold that. But you got told no here, and then you got confirmed no here, but you got a no in a real way back at the 180, 186. So if I would go and think, where would the place that I want to be short at? I would want to, everybody would more than likely want to short it right around the 185.30 pre-market high. I would want to short this at 186 just because it gives me a little bit extra, where like it the same way that I feel like we go and always get I like when the trade makes me feel something, because that means that we just went and, yeah, I could have put my buy spot right here at the 185 to the downside, but I got a better price because it made me feel something into the 200. That's kind of the sentiment. AMD trying to go up and get it. No. Sit down. Siéntate. You're also seeing the SPY right here having issues. It looks like we just went and filled this gap right here. 510.69, and we got 510.70, no bullshit, and a rejection candle off of the 96 that resembles a small Michelangelo painting. God damn it. I am fucking crispy. Oh, god damn it. I'm like, you know, let's go. Oh, you wanted to know where I was, where I'm from? Or where we at? We outside. That fucking kid is amazing. So you're seeing the break here. You're more than likely going to get a wick right here into the 181.60, which is going to be the reason that you go and break to the downside, but you're fucked after a candle close of 182.34. And when it starts pushing to the downside and you start getting into that 188, or excuse me, 181, there's a very good possibility that since we have come up and immediately returned to where the fuck we were, if we don't get a massive green candle, the SQs are gonna go here again. I'm telling you, like, I can see this one like a fucking book today. Like, SQs trying to hold support, you're breaking over the top of your resistance here. Now you're gonna have a candle close and you're gonna look for this to go and hold the 11 by wicking off the 1099 here, but you're going to hopefully go and wick down, hold that wick, and then just immediately move green from there. Look at the SPY, just absolutely shitting all over itself. All right, Tesla, you're next. Come on down. Did I just get my ass beat by Bob Barker? Yeah, I'm about to go drum solo all over this fucking market like I'm Travis Barker, though. God damn it. Let's go, boys and girls. SQs, half SQs sold 146%. That's a little it's a little late. AMD coming up to the 200. Guaranteed we hold that, right? Look at me. No. Fuck no. 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 Not even a slight chance in fucking hell. No. No. The only thing that could happen, right, is that this goes and sets up support here. Actually, Tesla does look like it possibly could do that. But the market, I need 107 and more than likely, 507 and more than likely, look at all of this 4 million in volume right here. Effectively, you have the twin fucking towers right here, and we all know, you know, when you go and throw a big enough demolition team at something and shit does not stay up the way it's supposed to. Bet that voided the warranty and shit. You're looking to see Tesla try to hold this 190-188. AMD's trying to show you this bounce. There's no way. The SQs are just doing exactly what they're supposed to do. They're pulling back, trying to go and use the support. They're going to try to use the 101, or excuse me, the 1101, but you're going to see that wick back into 1099. I don't question it. No, what did I just say? $10.99, $10.99 on the SQs, where I think you go and end up I think you go and break right there low. And then I think everything south of there that it's going to give you, which is going to be the thing that quote unquote makes you feel something. I don't think you're realistically going to go and get all of this, but that's where the candle came back to at 190, excuse me, at 1093. So I would be looking, no, that's not what I wanted. Fuck. I'd be looking here for like a buy this, well, that's gonna fucking, figure it out. So I think that you're good support here. So I want to see basically a candle just like this, how we saw this where it wicked down and used the inside of this candle or the top side of the candle to go and say basically that it was like you were dropping something and it didn't just go through the floor of whatever it hit. It actually went and bounced, and then the top of the candle started moving, or excuse me, the bottom of the candle started building from there. So it's almost you can see the bounce off the top. That is exactly what we're trying to see right here, with the wick go deep into probably VWAP, but could very easily go into the 1094. The way that it's looking right now, though, I seriously think this might go and do exactly what I think Tesla looks like it's dropping too easy. It either is about to really shit the bed like I thought it was going to under the 180, 181 here that I said just about an hour ago. Or this feels like a bait almost. It almost feels like they want people to buy to the downside just a little. No, it's not though. There's no way. That's strength all the way around, and AMD is kind of having another problem. I'm assuming that this is going to be another downside. I would assume 505 on the SPY for only 50%. What do you mean only? Only 50%? Was that better than the 50% you just had? Add that up to every other 50% that you get. You only need a penny doubled 30 times or whatever the fuck it is to be a millionaire twice, basically. I think a penny doubled 30 days is like 2.5 mil or something like that. Hey, AMD, you gonna hold that 200? Hey, run it, go back. Rewind about 30 minutes ago. I told you, not even, probably 15. I told you not a fucking way in hell. No. And that's exactly what fucking AMD's doing. This is art right here. Like, this is beautiful what they're doing. Because if you don't have the okay, world, how is the stock market gonna fuck me today attitude, you never get to re-engineering or reverse engineering how to get fucked on, if that makes sense. For instance, like if you're sitting there playing poker and you get beat by a hand, you want to know where you went wrong in that hand. It's effectively the exact same thing, except for they're not doing a very good job right now, and I'm sitting in the cut saying done, son, with the nuts on the flop. I'm telling you, this feels oddly like 174 and 165 167, excuse me, 164. Nope, still wrong. Let me be clear. Tesla feels like 174 or potentially 167. I was about to have a fucking stroke trying to do the 4s and the 7s there. But Arctic, I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. My average was 17. I didn't feel like challenging 35. No, absolutely not. Nope. Here's the deal. You're going to get the run more than likely into 1139, but I'm looking for this to go badly for people that want anything to do with this area. The reason why is because it makes a hell of a lot more sense to me to let this probably try to go into that 1139 and then end up wicking up to 1139 and closing one of these candles 1129, which is right here. And the reason why, come on, give me a fucking knife. There we go. 1129 is where I think that this is going to have some merit to go and try to say we're going to use the 122 as support tomorrow to keep going and push hopefully above the 1139. I think that we have we're easily possible to run into the 1171 rejection here if we do get continuation tomorrow, and past that you're probably looking into that 2 or that 12. I wouldn't go and be surprised if they tried to do this though. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to go here and try to put something up almost to that 1240, maybe even a wick higher, but like it sets up right here where it seems like they're going to try to use the 1223 as support, and the 1213 is a much better one, so it probably breaks down back into 1190. But market's fucking turning to the downside, and those SPY 505s would be crispy as shit right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Breaking over the 200 is what it looks like we're about to do on the 1 hour on the SQs. Those have a little bit of continuation. If they break, this is going to be the 2 spots I'm worried about. I think if don't worry about the 1 or the 1129 if we go through here, but I think that's where we're gonna try to like set up some type of decent, hey guys, we're good here type shit, and then they'll go and gap the market up so it kind of gaps down and looks like it hits resistance, when in reality we just basically filled a fucking gap or some stupid shit that goes and takes it up to the upside pre-market off of some data or whatever it is. But that's what this feels like. SQ is looking to go up, and this is one of those push-off candles right here where we're doing that wick down. We didn't want to give any more, and now we're trying to hold these candles. We're not allowing any overlap. Like, we don't have this candle dropped here where it opened up here. We have a candle that opened up over the top and is trying to move away from that area, whether it is away from it to the top side or to the down. It's trying to go and push away. And one of the key indicators that makes sense to me is candles like this. But this is support all the way around at 1108. This is still resistance in my mind until we go and break above it and use it as support. So we can go and say that this is getting a little bit less resistant, but we're trying to use it as support right now. That a boy, Arthur. Good shit. Michael J, what's poppin', baby? How's everything? Namaste. One time at band camp. What else are we looking at? Yeah, I appreciate that, Arctic. But yeah, no, I mean, makes sense. Okay. AMD gonna retest. Oh no. No. SQs goes long, market's coming down. AMD stops right here. And it's odd that I still go and I don't know why, but I only drew that to like right there. I didn't go and extend it out like I usually do, like one of these, right? I literally just go and mark the fucking thing, like I did this one. It's odd. It's fucking odd to me how I go and have these lines sometimes, and no, it doesn't make a fucking difference, and no, it's not me going and saying, yeah, I fucking caught, like, no, I'm talking about the fact that it's just odd to me how that's where I decided to let go of it at that moment. Sometimes I go and get raised where they go and they continue for an endless amount of time. Why did I decide this one needed to go and only go here? Well, the reason why I did it was because I was really only looking for the time frame of what was happening right here, because I thought that that's where I would more than likely end up needing it. And then we're now needing it again. So yeah, it's kind of just lucky circumstance, but there's nothing lucky about Tesla getting absolutely mollywopped into the 180. Oh yeah, daddy. Fuck. Holy shit, the market is gonna crater. Yo, 505 is not a drill. That could absolutely happen. 505 could absolutely happen. We're going to more than likely try 505.40, I would assume, 505.80 at least. I don't think we're good there by any means. You could go and absolutely see a little hang up though if you're trying to play daily options or something close. The way that I would go and profit off of something like this here would be to look at it at a higher time frame. You ran directly through the 509, and as soon as you did, you've started to push down ever since. You're going to try to find a bounce more than likely into this 7 or 507 here, because it's going to go and try to stay here with the support that it's already created. If you get the bounce there, the more likely I think it gets rejected at two places, either 508 or 508.79 or 509.67. And so that would effectively go and put you here. We'll lock that in, but I would be looking something short here, because I'm not going to get into it right now as it's screaming to the fucking downside. But SQs are moving up to the top side. Those are looking very, very good. If you're looking at, let's say, that's not the fucking SPY though. This is, SPY is tanking. 508. Trying to give up 508 now. Grabbed more SHIB. You didn't? Yeah, no, I did not. We had a trader come in the other day, and it's crazy to me how people don't realize 100% gains on anything is not just pull it out your ass type of it's not just some of the, you don't just stumble on shit like that. But whenever we were talking about every crypto that I think Nunya and I and pretty much anybody that we've talked to in the last probably year and a half has several X, except for fucking XRP, which makes me just buy more of it. I love the shit. It's like fucking crack. It's like catnip for a cat. Like, I'll roll around in the shit. I was watching this one right here this morning. SBFM is, I believe, Sunburst or some shit. Hold on. Nope, not that one. Sun Biopharma. Sunshine Biopharma. I think that there is some relatively decent amount of volume in it, but I want to see this continue through that 7. If it gets through 7, this could go through like 20. I think it's 27 is where I was looking at it. Yeah, we could go 20 and 27. It could potentially even go up from there. We had a huge dip, but when we run into this, we're not necessarily wanting to run right back into the 17. We absolutely could, and we could even go and continue after that. But where I would go and assume this goes and tries to first say fuck you is we're at the 200 right this moment. If we break to the top side, we're going to be a little extended considering that the RSI right now is at 90 fucking 3. You know, Tesla is trying to give you the bounce. Let me show you something, and I have not looked at this. God, like, if I gave a fuck about you, strike me down. But at this point, I can promise you at some point, Tesla has gone and done this exact same thing where they go right up to 180, hang it, and then shit the bed, and then pull the candle right back up the next day. Hold on a minute. And it's more than likely the 180 area before. Well, this is first. That's where that's trying to go. I'm just letting you know. Like, this is going to go and retry the 177.05 more than likely today. 177.05 gets me probably into the 505, 504 area on the SPY. Watch this. This candle is going to push like a motherfucker, though. And with the way that the SQs are and the stingy bastards that are fucking around, is only going to be able to probably get through the 1139 or so with the way that it's moving. However, you could potentially go. I don't know that you're necessarily going to go and get like a huge move on the SQs, but if you do get a move, you could absolutely see $12 if we continue this way. But I don't think that's crazy if we use. We already used the 1094. Oh, I mean, absolutely beautifully. Yeah, this thing's gone. This thing's going. Let's say 1139, but I'm more than likely thinking this trend follows, or this goes and holds trend. Whenever it does break trend, I'm gone. I would be no longer short anything. Because I promise you, if you want to go and ever see a sad like something that's just sad to visualize, is watching everybody buy when they're buying it and knowing it'll never go back up over resistance no matter how many fucking shares you buy. Oh, yeah, Nvidia. Okay, good checking in. Appreciate you. Yeah, you're gonna get your ass extorted running around naked like that. Crazy. Get your ass, yeah, touched on. Oh my God. Um, yeah, that that's nice. There's the SPY move down. You're going to see more than likely as let's call it consolidation around this 875. So if I'm sitting here holding options right now, and I think that they are for today, tomorrow, whatever, the amount of like if you're seeing a wick up over its contract chart, like let's just go for instance, the 807. Nope, that's fucking wrong. 508, 507. My fucking bad. Sorry, guys. The 507 call, or excuse me, put for today is moving to the top side. So, in my opinion, we're still good here because we're moving through a resistance of 555. The big problem is going to be the 76 area. And if I see this starting to go and push through, I would assume that this is going to go and try to bounce. What happens with that is theta starts fucking you, and the contract that is now ripping to the upside does not continue if the stock just goes sideways. Right now, you're capturing its full sentiment where that stock moving is moving the volatility of this contract at its greatest capacity right this second for what's realistically able to happen. However, with a fucking 507, you could easily be back up towards like the 321, 255 area. I actually like the 255 area on this contract. Yeah, you could easily get that because then you're looking at 255 is for what, 504.60? 504.60. We could absolutely do that because 504.60 is quite fucking literally my bounce spot. What? Adonde. It's right there. Be careful around the 109 because that would be also an issue. But like, if I'm sitting there and let's say I buy 100 contracts or something, I'm getting, I don't care if I have to get out of 10 of them at 69, 10 of them at 72, 10 of them at 91, 10 of them at fucking what, one, like, just trail it. Just trail the fucking thing. SQs, 11's up 250%. Good shit. Beautiful. That's what I like to hear. For the record, I told Enzo that I bought Doge on 212. Yes, he did. I almost booked a flight. GTA, I'll spit in your fucking mouth. You call Dogecoin better than XRP. If you want to just get on your knees and drop it low for fucking Daddy Elon, bro, like I accept it. Now, I did want to go and point this out. If you go and look at the VP, right? Isn't it odd how we kind of have a relatively low amount of volume here and here at 4 or at 640? A lot of our strength is into the 620 area, but when you go and start actually like looking through this, 540 is nice, but I think it ends up giving you like a 560 area. excuse me, 590. Right here into this, like, you're basically going to go try to pick these shares up. As fucking disgusting as that looks, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely could happen. You have support roughly there. You have a decent amount of volume right here. That's why you had the move to break back up over the 696.77. If we at any time, which probably soon, and it's probably because of this right here, you're more than likely going to get pushed down underneath, which is going to start the head and shoulders from hell. I could easily see this going and ending up where you have, if just chill with me for a minute, head 4-minute chart, or excuse me, 4-hour chart. You have your head, your neckline would be at, what is this? Okay, can I have my thing? Thank you. 824.11. You're gonna see this probably dip right back in and then go right back up to 823. I would look at this to go, if you're, I'm looking to trade this almost symmetrically here, time frame wise. So let's go, if I can go and I'm trying to go and visually like show you what I see. We need the break and the retest of this. That's clear. This is also resistance that needs to be supported, and if we don't have the support there, that could easily come down. If we end up finding a support zone, which 772 could easily be that support zone, that goes and creates basically the armpit to run back up to 800, let's say 805, 806 area, where I was telling you I still liked the fucking short, into the 802, 806 area of NVIDIA. That contract is now, by the way, on 507 going to break this 200 right here. Because the SPY is going right up to the 705. Nope. I'm sorry, guys. My fucking dyslexia is kicking my ass right now. 507.76. Tesla's doing something very, very strong, which I do appreciate. I don't know that my appreciation is going to make a fuck. Like, my appreciation, I like the fact that it's trying to show that it's got some stones here. But if you and all your boys are getting their ass kicked, you go get your ass kicked with your boys. You don't just turn and run and leave them. And Tesla's no bitch. So that being said, it seems as if I'm correct here and you do get a head and shoulders start. You're going to be looking at this to be somewhat along the lines of the chest area and your shoulder. And then I would be looking back into the right, or I guess my left pocket right here. So why? Well, the reason why is because that's what it fucking looks like to me, and that's where all my indicators are. However, that's where the trend line is down here. And if, let's just say, I wanted to go and cause the most discomfort for for retail investment, I'm going to go break 6.7 or 644, no question. because everybody and their brother is going to immediately go and slide to the downside. That's going to create a massive sell, which just gets bought up more than likely right there into the 588. 588, I think, is what I liked. 584.60 was the area that we wicked off of the first time. Right here. I want to say the 627 is going to be the place at some point that we're going to try to 627 is going to be somewhere that we try to bounce from. It's going to be a key level. I'm not going to go and try to hold you, but it has a much better one right here. That's my overall thought. I will zoom out so that you guys can see potentially. This is the trend that we were on before we moved to the top side right here. This was resistance that we wanted. Now, even on the hour, I was just on a 4-hour chart, but on a daily, look how fucking far NVIDIA is going to have to genuinely go to create what the fuck I'm asking it to do. Not financial advice, but like, voluptuous is an understatement. Oh, good, my kid's teacher. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, man. Apparently the kid's being an asshole at school. I don't know where he would get that from. You know, CVS Frog. I don't know where he gets that from. We gotta beat that out of him, I think. Joking entirely. That's a bad joke though. No, he first sentence is says kind words. I've had an uptick of being unkind to others. Does that affect his grade though? And like that, my curiosity is like, does it really affect his grade though? Also, by the way, your gap fill on NVIDIA at 686 has absolutely nothing to do with you guys coming back either, right? Like, this is trying to show you the bounce. This is why I was saying on that option, it was going to probably break up to the top side. What I would watch for this to happen though is at any point, you're going to see this try to run back into this the 55 area. We want to see this break and hold right here. But if we break over the top and hold this and we want to use the 50 area to move away from, just the same way that we did earlier on, here, effectively this candle right here. We want to see this candle where it goes and like literally tries to go through the floor. It bounces high of the candle in front of it. And we want to bounce and make the candle immediately look like it's pushing off of that area, not trying to go and like keep fucking dipping in it and keep putting its hands in it. We don't want that. We want you to get the fuck away from me. We want the movement away from this price that is going and looking derogatory to our majestic 850. But it's not. It's not worth a fuck. But that's why your options right there were worth as much as they were right there, because you're not getting fucked by theta right now. Does the fucking contract have anything less going for it? No. But the theta right now, with it trending sideways, which is what I told you a couple minutes ago, at that 507, it's a very, very nice support zone. Do I think that it goes and holds? Absolutely not. But do I think that they can go and fuck off 3 hours doing this back to 509 and the same place that we were fucking shorting it earlier and dealing with the shit? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's not the place where we were shorting it. That's the place, 509.50 is where we're wanting it to go back to go short. Because if you weren't already in it, this is where you're looking at to get in it to the downside. And that's exactly where I think they're going. So now I'm looking at it was the SQs, but I was looking at it in reverse. Like SQs right here, I like, but I think that if we come back a little bit and come back where I think we're going to come back to on the SPY, you can see the move that it has to make, which is almost inverse to the SQ, which makes a lot of sense, even with the fact that this isn't moving as hard or as volatile, I guess. VWAP's right here. VWAP's trying to chase and catch up. VWAP's probably going to meet the SQs around 11-12. Anything, you actually might get one of these blow-off candles right here, where it just dumps RSI right here. You might get one of these and immediately get pressure bought back up to the top side. So if you like the SQ, make sure that you are entering your position in prior to where or to when it's happening, because you're wanting to go and benefit off of the flicker to the downside or the one extra push that only a few hundred contracts are going to get filled with and shit like that. Right there, there's the SQ, the same contract that you were just able to buy at 63 is now about to get rejected again, might I add. I don't think it goes through here. Ooh, it actually got up. Now it has to hold at 200. It's not going to. It's coming back. But if in any point you go and see the SPY duck under 70 or 507.50, and I'm not joking, guys, like not fucking joking. God damn it, that is penny. That is not even within a penny. Woo! God damn it, I'm good today. I am feeling it. Bring that ass here. Let's go. That's huge. See right there, contract failed. The reason being is because we came off that support. The only thing that's changed is the dickhead sentiment with the 705 or the 507 and a half or the 507 contracts just go, that's pretty fucking strong support. Now you're seeing a decent area where you could potentially go and get these at a steal. If they come back, because we moved off of this area, we had a huge change in the indicators right here at 12 and 15. I genuinely kind of like that support at 12. If they're going to go and run the fucking SPY back up just a little bit, that means everything in the market would do that. And that means that SQs more than likely pull to the downside. This trend line on the SQs is not like support by any means. That would be back here. a little bit, but I was giving the SQs a little benefit of the doubt, considering that they were getting fucked on for a very, very long time. This is where we're going, though. I don't give a shit what the price. I don't care if this price goes to a zillion. It's coming right here. 1104. It's VWAPs here. It's got a touch here for support. 1104. It's going to wick down underneath it. You might even get the volatility wick, like the that might be the flash to 12 cents a contract right here. If you get continuation, let's say if you do believe you get 505 on the SPY. 505 on the SPY, you don't buy by any means these. Do not buy 505s at 12 cents. I'm wanting the 507s at 12 cents. These contracts right here. I want these at 12. The reason being is because, remember, you're moving up here, but this is a contract that ends today. Your theta is going to get very real for you when you're not anywhere fucking close or heading the right direction for that contract to actually be in the money. However, that contract has a very, very good support underneath 15. I would probably go and look into the potential of a 7 dip. But I genuinely like the $8 move into the 12. If I can pick anything up under, let's just be safe and go 11 cents. The whole thing I'm playing off of is something that I found with Nunya the other night. And it's right here. It's this VWAP change. That's all it is. It's a change in this VWAP that's not a look how odd this is, just like kind of being lackadaisical, and then all of a sudden you get a change right there off of this contract. It's the same thing that you're going to have on this contract in general as well, but right here you get the same move. But if you don't see the fact that we need to come back to 1104 on the SQs, we need to run back up on the SPY to like 509.50-ish. Tesla to kind of probably consolidate and then run back into 180 and then get rejected from there. I could easily see the entire market doing exactly that. Apple trying to go and bait all these people to the upside. When Apple goes over VWAP, Apple's going to trigger people to the top side and more than likely fail the candle at 171.20. 171.48. Just turned volume on. You talking about theta, one of the only things in the world that scares you. Use it to your advantage. Here's the problem. So here's the thing. If your contracts, guys, aren't good contracts, think of it this way. Let's say you pick shitters for a second, right? Oh, by the way, yeah, AMD filled perfectly. Just saying. Watch AMD more than likely try to go and do kind of the same thing as a Head and Shoulders, but we're not doing a Head and Shoulders. We're going to do a shoulder, head, and like and then come down to the downside, probably off that, fall through that in aftermarket or pre-market gap down. But you can see this plain as day. This is going to probably try to continue this and try to do this as well. Probably try to use this as support, that same trend. It's going to more than likely break up to the upside and then fail VWAP on the way back down when it's trying to hold support. That would be my best guess. But this for the moment being right this second, it's going to the upside. Tesla is not bouncing like the market's trying to. Tesla's trying to continue to take downside candles, and that's problematic because the market usually has the ability to stop Tesla from committing suicide. Right now, the spy's off on vacation. It's trying to go and keep its eye on the other children. But here's something that you don't really think about until somebody tells you. These contracts are the same ones that I was looking at earlier. If you pull these up, sometimes they don't have data on certain time frames, but usually on the 1 hour, 20 minute, 30 minute, stuff like that, it usually gives you pretty decent data. Here's one thing that's in common about every contract in the game that's out of the money. They all have one thing in common. And that's that they all end up at zero. There's no if, ands, or buts unless you expire and exercise, which is probably not a good idea. Every contract goes to the downside. That is not in the money of where you needed it whenever you bought the fucking thing. You can see this thing taking out piece by piece, but you're always going to go, and if your contract isn't worth a fuck, and it won't be worth a fuck, it will go to zero and it will follow the trend likely to do so. Let me give you a theory on these 507s, however. 507 broke down right here. If you fill this gap right in between 71 and 72, you're going to effectively go and use this as stair one. Think of that as the first step to getting back up, because where we want it to be is roughly around the $200 area, because we have 507s. We want it to be at 505. 505 would put that contract into the money at close at $200 even. So how can we theoretically make any type of sentiment for that to actually happen and have the technicals to actually back that play? Here's how. You need the same thing that I was just showing you that I looked at with Nunya, where it's a very, very hard change in VWAP. 66 on those contracts is exactly the same fucking area that we got rejected from. It's the, I want this to be a little smaller here. We're going to go and then use this step to more than likely try to retest the 155's gangster. And this is obviously going to need a very, very big fucking move, right? Where could I get this move? Well, the move that you get to the upside that could go and easily create this, considering that we are dealing with volatility, actually that's high a little bit. Here's your next step, right? Right there, it's a little bit bigger, but that's gonna be your next step. And then you're looking at a hot rejection right here that you have to get through that's not asking questions. This is not a question. Do not pass go. Don't collect $200 until you can go and blow my fucking doors off through this area. Don't pass it is effectively what we've gone and made very clear here. The volatility of the contract, guys, is when the SPY goes and drops for that contract to have the possibility to go in there. If the fucking SPY starts tanking back down and it goes and puts 507 in the money, you get what's called intrinsic value on that contract, which exponentially doubles, or probably not doubles, but probably goes and makes it several it creates enough volatility to go and create several hundreds of percents very, very quickly if you're able to catch the move. So you want to go and have buy orders in that you're comfortable with. But like, if I were sitting here watching that contract in specific, I would want to go right back into that 110, or excuse me, the 10 area. I would want to be at 10, 12, and 15. And I think it may even just own, like I could see it going and breaking down through VWAP and giving a little bit more, but I'd say to be safe, 10, or excuse me, to be safe, probably 8. And then anything under 20, let's call it 22, 23, I would be already here. Because then when this wicks down, because you're going to see this contract change while you get a green candle that's breaking up over an indicator. But if you get rejected, which makes very, very good sense why we would need to, we just got fucking rejected at 150, or excuse me, at this 55-cent mark of this contract's analytics. This thing right here is about to become our bitch. That's what we need right there to go and use as support now. And what we're about to get, if I've told you once, I've told you 4 times today, we need a push-off candle that goes and effectively looks like this. We just need it to be this color. So taking it away, we want that to happen. But don't allow the technicals just because they're moving at a faster pace, or, oh man, I got it at 35. Like, I would start buying this fucking thing at 20 and let it go all the way into 9 before and I wouldn't even care at 9. I start getting concerned at 6. Dead ass fucking serious, because if I go and pick that contract up at $6 a piece and it immediately turns around and goes to fucking 507 or 507 contracts, I'm holding 507 contracts, and I think that it has any potential today to go to, let's even say sub 6, 506. I'm looking at $100 per contract at 506. At close, not even with the intrinsic value moving to the downside. That could be a $200-300 contract if it really wants to. But the way that you go and get into the best possible buy spot is while this breaks to the top and gets rejected somewhere, you want to be buying into resistance. Does that make sense? The resistance right now is obviously the 508.16, but I could easily see this trying to run back to this area, but it would make more sense to just kind of like pull up halfway and just shit the bed after that. You're more than likely looking at this 20 MA, trying to hold. I mean, guys, if you're not if your titties aren't out absolutely thorough right now, I'm looking like Austin Powers with machine gun jubblies. Okay? See, now watch. You're going to go and get this volatility move right here. This is an hour chart. So you go and see it doesn't look as good as it did a second ago. So look, I literally was just talking. I just put this on the fucking thing on what, an hour? Yeah, we need that. We basically need this right here to hold. So you get the push down, which is a volatility move, and effectively an order fill. Because as soon as this goes and pulls back like this, you see an immediate buy. Anytime it goes and moves to the upside, same fucking thing. When it decides, here's anywhere else, you start to get a flush to the downside, and you immediately get, like, anytime you break a low, you immediately get bought up. I see that being very possible, and I like this area at the 167. That's where I put my money on this contract. If I were to go and think, like, where's the possibility that we could go, I would put a lot of my outs well shy of that area, but like the numbers make sense at like 167, but don't go and take my word for it. But let's just say I'm correct just for a second, and that actually does go and hold this candle somewhere along this, but it does wick under. Let's just go and say that it actually sustains that area. On a 5-minute perspective, this could literally be there by 2 o'clock. If it continues the way that it's going right now, which is pull back into the 20 area because the SPY is going to try to break to the top side. Well, when the fucking SPY gets rejected right here at 508, when everybody thinks that it's more than likely going to try to, look how fucking hard VWAP is trying to stay up there, because they're fucking with it. That's why that looks like that. Is there is no fucking reason in hell that every other indicator that is even on the chart right now, the 9 EMA, the 20 EMA, the 7, they're all fucking hauling ass to the downside. They're right here. They're all hauling ass. What the fuck is VWAP doing? Oh yeah? That's middle ground? That's where all the fucking day traders are, bud? Nah. Don't think so. Tesla breaking down under 178. Can I get a, oh yeah? None, yeah, I broke it. I didn't mean to. Do you remember the text that I sent you yesterday? Once you open that text and look at that, and then this type of shit happens, that's got to stand the hair up on your very ginger body. So that contract's going back up. Don't fall for that, because you can go and tell, I obviously need to consolidate here. I got rejected at 63, so obviously I wasn't shit there. Let's probably go lift some weights back at, like, I don't know, 25. Let's get a little pump on, you know what I mean? Because we're going to go back and get our ass kicked if we just go back and think that we're, you know what I mean? But Tesla, like I was saying, very concerning that Tesla was not going and getting a move that got it out of this area. You wanted to see this not go and be at its support while the market was trying to come back in. Yeah, market's not going to hold. Fuck me. You're getting a range right now. This is your range that the SPY is going to have to work with right this second. I still think it's still short here, but you're getting bodied, and then you're getting supported underneath. Like I said, I do not think this supports. I don't think it does. I think that fucking Tesla ends up probably sub 175 by the end of the fucking day. There's the contracts going to the upside just because you got a pullback into support on the SPY. So that contract just went and got rejected by the fucking area that we were trying to capture. I don't mean to voida the witness. But what the fuck does any of this have to going on? You know? Mr. Gambini? Mr. Gambini? Hey. Next time you come into my courtroom, better be wearing some type of cloth. Did I not make myself clear? So now you're seeing it right here. You're seeing it as if everybody's not seeing this move. However, think about a little further out in time about what happens next. What's going to happen next when this does bounce? You think that they're going to go and let all you assholes who are long right now go and capture any more money than you fucking need to load back up on the top side? No, 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 no. You are fucking disturbed if that's what you think. They're going to go and tell you all day, yeah, dude, hop in. Yeah, shit, yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Let's go up here. Look up here. Don't look down here. Just look up here, dude. Look at all this good shit we got going, you know? Look what the fuck we don't have down here. But don't look at any of that, okay? Make sure you don't look at any of that. Look at these. You know what I mean? Make sure that you look all about the positive shit to the upside so you get fucked on when you go up there. Let's go. We're fucking absolutely cashing. I don't know if this was... Fuck. I don't know which headset was on. I'm gonna assume it was this one. Hopefully you guys should still be able to hear me. Let me make sure that my headset does not fuck with itself. But yeah, no, you're thinking about where this goes next, and the where it goes next is directly back into the retest of where this was trying to go and bounce into before it collapsed. 509. If we can go, the best thing that I can, the only possible thing that I can see going and happening here is the SPY. Oh, here you go. Look at this. So remember that yellow line that I was making a key level of support, or key key area earlier this morning, right here on AMD. Now it goes and comes into play quite a bit, because now it appears that this is having a couple of problems right here, right this moment. This is going to, where it's not even necessarily bearish sentiment to me right this second. I think that AMD is about to go to the upside with everything else, to retest effectively the 408.50. These SPYs are getting rejected here again, so they'll more than likely try to range trade into the 25. So that might be a good area back into the 20. But you're looking at AMD consolidating and doing a decent job. You need, I mean, obviously you're hoping that you go and hold this. if you're using your red wick, you're hoping you hold this, but you're not going to. Just to let you know, because this is doing a head and shoulders pattern. So AMD is going to get it started to the downside, I would assume. And then NVIDIA is going to go and start its head and I chose the wrong fucking headset. Sorry, I put the one that was already dead back in my face, and yeah. So, but if you did not get that, what I think is going to happen is you're going to see AMD do its head and shoulders just like you, literally just like you did. Runs right up, kind of makes its other shoulder. Yes, it's a little lower, but like we're fucking talking semantics here, people. AMD tries to probably bounce off of this area and retest the 202 80 because not only is it the 200 MA, but it's also the level of resistance on AMD with the pattern that it's in. And NVIDIA did exactly what we wanted it to do, and now all we need is for it to really go and find something, let's say 800 or so. That would be very, very hot. If we could run into like 820 on NVIDIA, not sure why my fucking headset is deciding, or they're not wanting to fucking just charge and shit. But anyway, I think you get your bounce back into the 509 area on the SPY. I think you get a bounce into Tesla into the 180, 181 area. I think they try to give you some kind of sentiment to the upside. But effectively, you're more than likely going to stay you're going to stay short. So I think that it's a good buy to the upside on a certain amount of things right now, but that's if you think that there's any validity in having the market actually pull back, or I guess you think that the market's already pulled back enough and think, all right, we're good here. I don't necessarily hold that sentiment, but if you do, hey, good. But here's your fucking range right here. I was just talking to you about on Tesla. This is, or excuse me, on the SPY. This is where it's trying to trade. It doesn't want to go in or out. It's doing sideways bullshit right now to consolidate, to try to figure out if it's good here. AMD, same thing. AMD kind of has more of a little bit of a bullish kind of smile to it, as opposed to just looking like it's getting thunder fucked into the ground like Tesla is. Yeah, Arctic, wait until you get a like just what I do is I usually go and try to get my sentiment and put my orders there. So right now they're at 12 and 15, and I even have some at 20, but I'm not going to sit there and start filling at 25, but like grabbing a couple, always multiples of twos. But so if I like ever buy contracts, I'll either buy, depending on what the size of them they are, but I'll buy 50 at a time and buy 100 at a time. But you won't ever see me go and buy 5 at a time or 45 at a time, because then I can't go and leave 100% of that position or excuse me, I can't leave half of that position out at 100% and still not be OCD as shit. There's your move up to the upside on NVIDIA, along with AMD. The SPY is going to try to follow that sentiment to the upside, and Tesla is going to give it its best go. I'm letting you know that my choice of thought process whenever I got to this earlier is if everything went well, we're setting up in areas where we're trying to act as if we have support at resistance areas. If you don't think that, if you think I'm joking, look at AMD right now's RSI. It is 68. It's not nearly as high as NVIDIA's at 60. Oh, excuse me, they're the exact same. Tesla is back over 30 after getting run to the downside like a stuck pig. Just fucking bleeding. I would say every bit of 8 or 180, probably a majority or like a little pop over the 180 into like the 181, but more than likely gets short from there just as the sentiment decides to start growing back over the 180. They'll more than likely just go and fucking Jimmy tap any person that's got an order out at 180, I would assuming. I would be assuming. My apologies. But yeah, make sure that you like and subscribe, tell a friend, clip some of my dumb shit that I've been saying. Like, hey, I don't necessarily need everybody to like me or anything like that, but the more ridiculous little videos or little things that you clip of me, the more shit that's gonna end up in a fucking edited video or something like that. So when you guys clip that shit and send it to me, I'll get a better idea of the things that you guys want to see. But I would say that we've had a pretty decent morning so far. What I will go and do is look at these SQs real quick. Yep, see, we're coming back. And here's kind of my thought is when I look down, okay, yeah, do we go and hold the 11-12? Probably not, because it looks to me as if we're trying to go right here. Like dead on, that's where I think we're trying to go. I think we wick right here, but we're trying, this is that level that we're trying to hold. I think we try to wick down into the 1099 at some point, and that would be my best guess. That's where the two indicators are trying to go to. GTA is picking up Dunko coin. Oh yeah, dude. Making fucking 3 quick racks off that bitch. Mate, please make sure that you're taking some fucking profit, G. If not, I'm gonna have Nunya come fucking yell at you. I have to check. The dragon lady texted me. My bad. Hold on. Unusual whales. U.S. is now, or U.S. now has an 85% chance of a recession in 2024. Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. Justin, Meta uses X to announce that Facebook and Instagram are down. Holy Christ, that's pretty sad. Yeah, you're trying. Oh, sorry. I'm busy right now. I can't deal with your bullshit. I've fallen and can't get up. Everything at highs. So, need the fear to start? No, Arctic. You go and you think that that's what you want. But you want to go and be proactive to getting to that feeling. Because as soon as you have that feeling, the best thing for the market maker to do is obviously to go and force this down. Let's just say any price or any stock price. Let's say a stock price of Enzo is $100 and you want to go and let's say the good value on Enzo is $100 a share. You want to push it into like 82. Because most people are going to probably be right underneath that $100 valuation where that's probably good for most investors. But then they'll go one little step further and then a little just fuck you type of push away from an area. That area is the area that people don't realize they're at until they get there. By then it's too late. So it's almost trying to anticipate the move when the move is valid or when the move has the technical ability to set up. So like right this second, the SPY is looking to try to hold support right here and move forward through that 8 or through the 50817. Any type of tick up to the upside right now of that uptrend or that downtrend that we're on, I would be short personally. And I would be short back into the same area that we were looking at. But if I'm at 508, I wonder what the contracts are at 508 because they can't be more than like 50 or 60 bucks. Because if those are $50 or $60 and those end up, and let's just say we do end up flushing into the 505, which seems very plausible, those are $300 contracts. $50 to $300 a piece is not a bad move for the day. Elon knows the best hackers. I mean, I don't even know that he even cares about anybody hacking or even needs to. Like, there's a famous Lil Wayne song, but there's a bar in it that says, okay, you're a goon, but what's a goon to a goblin? What the fuck does that matter to them? That's two different playing fields. If they can drag this, though, it could go and very, very easily create my sentiment here, along with the fact that you see that the SQ VWAP, the yellow indicator, the little line that is trying to move right now. Do you find it interesting that the stock price is coming down to that, but the indicator is running to the top side to go and get closer to the stock price, not the other way around. SQ is consolidating sideways after it made a move and a break over the 1112. It's going to more than likely try to hold somewhere near that. And I actually might be short a couple of, it might actually only give you 1102 or 1103 if it gets the move. But like right here, you're seeing the bounce on Tesla coming in. So the SPY is trying to go and break up to the top side of its downtrend, but don't be surprised if it tries to and even goes and tries to go above the trend. But every time it goes above this trend, that's where I start shorting it. Extremely. Super Tuesday, Rumble, Works, X Works, Google, Insta, and Snapper down. I like the timing. What's interesting is I wonder why, or if it has any correlation to your cell phone carrier, Nanya, because guess who has their Instagram right now in their hand? Bree, if you're here, love, can you check and see if the Twitter is still good? Or no, I'm sorry, Twitter wasn't one of those things that was problematic. We do have a fucking Facebook, but Christ, I don't fucking use it. Yeah, no, mine's working. NVIDIA might be a short here. It actually didn't even want to get our support. I would assume that we could get up over this area, and we're going to want to use this support line right here, this green support line, to push us through VWAP if we can get back up. Thank you, love. What's up, Just Do? How about them Qs, baby? How about them Qs? Next push. So what have we gone and learned? It all correlates. Like, this is moving this way right now because the SPY is consolidating. That's it. And it's trying to kind of build a little bit of a tolerance to the upside. The reason you're seeing this come down instead of consolidating sideways is because this is traveling 1 cent. This is traveling almost 60, 70 cents. But it's trying to break through this green candle right here. And every time it tries, it's been doing a decent job to get through. But we need to see this go and stay above 508.24 and move higher than 508.44 to the upside. You're seeing the SQ try to break out. This is going, well, the reason it's trying to break out is because I don't have this drawn correctly, my fault. But right now you have the wicks over the top, right there. This is your trend that you're in. If you like playing trends, this is very, very simple. This is short. This is long. Anytime it gets closer to one of the two, pretty simple off of that. But I almost want to say that this will pull back into the area that this wanted to try to go and use as support, because it's going to want to make you feel something. So it makes full sense that NVIDIA probably tries to go and act as if it's going to show you some type of sentiment to the upside here real quick, Arctic. But then more than likely end up failing this same level, because right now we're on the downside. This should go and pop back through and try to get up over VWAP. But if it doesn't, you know that you're still on your downtrend. But this makes a hell of a lot more sense to me to go and run this back into the 860 or the 850 area. Probably short 852, I would assume. But I could see a wick into 855, but it should be very quick. Because right now, Tesla is doing everything in its power to try to get over that 178. They're going to go and give you every reason to feel like, oh shit, we're bouncing. So like breaking up several times over that level of resistance that they're needing to go and use as basically a push away area to say, no, keep going short, Tesla, you dumb bitch. That's the reason why. Is everything up here, they know whoever's going long anywhere above right here at 178.50 or 178.85 is getting fucked on going into the end of the day. But as they do that, they could reject this here, run this down to 170, 173, let's call it 173 to 175, and then go and end up gapping this fucking thing back up over, like, let's say 184, some stupid ass shit like that. So it really doesn't apply. But the basis of what I want is, if I'm the market maker, I want everybody and their brother to go long when I know there's no way in hell I'm going to let the stock price go above X, whatever the fucking thing is. And right now, it appears to be about 182 on Tesla, give or take. And there's your spread on the SPY. So anything above clockwork, literally fucking easy money clockwork. Let's go, boys and girls. Yeah, what are you thinking about the socials being down though right now, Nunya? I don't really understand. I don't know. It just kind of doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Right here, this is what you're going to use on the video. This is the candle it set up earlier that I was like, wait, what? You're going to see a push to the downside right here. Here's your wick coming to you. This is going to go green. This is going to go green for just a second. I would assume you wick down, hold, and then probably open a candle at like 8:43 and go north. That trade's beautiful though, all day. Anything high of that box is going right back into the support of 507. It didn't stop you. Hey, just do. I sold some already, nice gains. Yes, sir. Absolutely fucking beautiful. If you're needing, and especially after getting touched on Tesla a little bit this week or last week, absolutely beautiful to take the easy trades, because I don't know if you're aware, but this goes and does this every day, same time, 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. Eastern. This bitch opens up like a casino every goddamn day. So don't go and think. Here's the very, very simple but very harsh reality of why people lose money. The reason that people lose money is because they feel as if they cannot go and replicate what they just did to make the money that they just did. The reason why traders don't just go and take their 50, 100% and just are happy with that instead of needing thousands of percents or some stupid shit. The reason is because they feel as if they cannot go and replicate their trade. So I mean, think about it. If you could go and walk into the stock market every morning and know that you could more than likely put 100% on, let's say you have a portfolio that you're playing with like $100 a day. I mean, imagine putting 100% a day on $100. And then a couple days later, you have 1,200, and you're trading with a little bit bigger size. Like it's extremely sizable. You have to understand the very, very basics first, and then it's easy from there. So the SPY is now trying to come down, which does not go and give me a great feeling. But if you see a bounce here, you need a nice wick. But I'm worried about the SQs getting rejected here. 1123, they could get a rejection again. This could be a this could potentially be that stop hunt here. What I would look for is to see this candle immediately get pulled back in and try to go green. If it does not, and it keeps playing with this area at 507.77, which it does seem like it's getting touched a little bit here. It did not want to hold that. That's very interesting. Let's go and assume. Oh, we're going to go and consolidate sideways on the chips, which are more than likely not going to do anything solid for the SPY. Tesla might try to go and resurface into the 181, but yeah, this more than likely gets one run. If you see this thing short, if you see 507.73 after, like if you close low here and go to 577, no, 507. If you're on the underside of 507.78 right now, or when we come back to the top side and it doesn't get through that area, we're more than likely going to just completely come off the bottom from there, or go through the bottom from there. By the way, these tried to go and fill very, very voluptuously at 26, but they did not quite get there. If I did just see this though. If I'm crazy, this probably wants to go and get rejected here. Yeah, I'm going to call this as a rejection up here around the 80 level. This is more than likely going to want to come back. This, I think, is a bunch of shit on the SPY right this moment, and I think that this is going to try to return back in to the 507.90. I think that it gets rejected from there, from the 507, with potentially maybe a really nice wick for noon or like 1 o'clock or something stupid like that. I do believe Fed Bar is doing his thing at his speech at fucking 2. So I would look for the little volatility spike in that. But right here on these SPY 207s, we could sit here. I'm putting on a fucking clinic, boys and girls. Like, this is gorgeous. We went and were able to go and find every possible place that we could go. And I mean, AMD was probably the best call, other than this move right here that was 507.50, which is exactly where I have my support. we're even breaking through that, which I don't know a lot of traders that will go and say, oh yeah, we're definitely going to break our support at like 10 o'clock. And within less than 2 hours, it comes to fruition. Because I would have assumed actually that the SPY would have kind of tried to consolidate a little harder at this area, but does not surprise me that it is giving up a little bit more than everybody else now. Those SPY 7.0 or 507s are now up over 1,000%. $983, 983% to the upside. So if you're looking at those contracts and you have profit right now and you're not selling those, you're about to, yeah, you have the ability to go a lot higher right this second, but instead of going to go for today or something like that, go for a couple of days out and buy less contracts, but it's 10 times better for you guys to go and stay closer to the money than it is to go and look for yeet contracts. Darn, almost used my last day trade on that. SQ12 calls. No. I think there's a very, very good possibility that it goes there, but you already have contracts going to the top side, correct? What happens if they get bodied right here at the 1140 into the 1155 area, where I genuinely think they could? That would be basically a break and a higher high. Then we would need to go down and create a higher low, which would be roughly, let's call it, give or take 1096. If we can hold that 1088. So keep an eye out for that. Yeah, no, that's probably a blessing in disguise right there. Arctic. If you have one day trade, you should be working on getting the other two back before you start entering more positions, because the last thing that you want to do is be in a position to where you have a contract that is up and turns itself into like 20 grand on some catastrophic move on something, and then you don't have the ability to. Where is this move on the SQ? Because I don't think they're getting it. I think it's going to go and start burning people theta-wise right here. So if you're downside, this is another area where you're hauling ass into the 507s, and the moment you pierce 507 into the 506.99, the contract flips over and gives you implied or the intrinsic value. So the fact that Tesla's sitting here and has the ability to bounce, I think it could. I also think it's extremely sluggish and almost look like it's almost lethargic looking. But AMD consolidating sideways. A lot of people are going to go and assume that consolidation is going to be us being at support. Tomorrow I'll have two. Oh, good shit. Yeah, if you have one day trade left, Arctic, just go and just to be safe, if you only have one day trade left, make sure that you're able to go, like, just go out one extra day, just to even if like you are just being careful. Yeah, you might not make the like $6 to 60 contract, but you will make the $80 contract go to 190 or 210 or whatever. If you can go and buy it and sell it at the right area, you can play that all day. But you don't want to be able to be, or you don't want to be forced. We got to get a cheers. I'm putting my mask on first, helping the voluptuous sons of bitches next to me. And I'm about to fucking lose it on Coinbase if they don't, like, let me buy fucking Bitcoin. These fuckers only let you buy $7,500 worth of Bitcoin in a week. Fucking booty. $160, yeah, but is it a good idea to short the fucking thing where it's already down? No, right now you're effectively kind of in a bad situation just because if you're wanting to go to the downside. This is the area that you do not want to be downside at because we're already down here. We want this thing to be back up here and faking that we're going to go and break this like 508 area. Because right now, this is where I would be going long, thinking that this is bullshit. Because I don't think that we're going to actually break right here on the SQs. I think we're going to go and stop right here and then consolidate sideways for a second, like we have been, and then move from there. But that gives enough time for the SPY that it could go and try to threaten, like, oh, we're going to leave without you to the upside, and then burn everybody that thinks, oh shit, I got to get in. And then within 3 or 4 seconds, hundreds of thousands of dollars is gone. See how it's holding right here at this support? Very, very strong line. 507.12, but big decisions have to be made here. See AMD trying to go and pull back into the downside, and those candles. We're probably going to try to sit here at support, but the 199 makes a hell of a lot more sense than 201, in my opinion. Oh, we're going up on a Tuesday. Yeah, you're gonna be wanting like I would assume right here, Arctic, on the SPY, if the SPY does actually go and start an upside sentiment, it's going to try to do it right here. So anything at some point is, I mean, the big conversation is going to be 507.81, and depending on what happens out of that, you know what, not even depending on what happens out of that, I'm going to be short at 507.71 again, but more so now. Reason being is because everything in the market is either at a support level that is not actually support, like I was saying earlier, and is coming into a resistance area that it just tried to break above, or running back into trying to gain the support levels of certain areas, but coming up miserably short. Real is apparently halted or something to the upside. OCEA is moving for Randy right now. We were purchasing this all week last week. I think I had 2,000 plus shares of this shit. OCAI is or OCEA. Yeah, OCEA is high of the day. Look at ARM trying to bait everybody in. AMC trying to bait a couple of people to the upside at 437. AMC is really trying though. Everything on Meta and Instagram and shit like that is working now apparently. There is the bounce candle I was talking about. OCEA is fucking hauling ass though. Let's go. Look, this is at 11 now. I was talking about this earlier. It was 7 cents. It's coming back a little bit, but CBM or CBFM is an odd one. Brush tried to do something like this earlier too. Something weird. Elon said something along the lines of, if you're reading this, he said something along the lines of, if you're able to read this, just know that Twitter's working or that X is still working or something, just to troll fucking Zuckerberg. So sell my SQ calls now? I mean, I can't necessarily go, and I wouldn't. I personally, if I'm holding SQs anything that's under 12, I'm holding it. If I'm above 12 and I'm profitable, I would be waiting for the retest of 1120 or 1129, 1139 area, and I would be trying to get out of those if I had the ability. But no, if I'm underneath the 12 calls, I like that. You might have to be a little patient, but I think you're still good here, though, Arctic, to the downside on the SPY. So your SQs are inverse. Your SQs are inverse to your SPY. So, like, I would be, I mean, if you're up on them, I would only be holding a very, very little piece at this point, just because the market is trying to come up just a little bit. I don't think that the market holds this area, though. Even if it tries to bounce, just like Tesla is right now, I think Tesla's up on the underside of like 175 by today, because of the way that it's moving right this second into the 180. It's trying to get people to go and get excited for that. The same trend that you're looking at right here. This is resistance. This was the one from earlier. So now you're just trying to go and basically bounce back above. I would go, I would be at a half of my position of whatever you have left, if that's even possible. And I would be looking for how to go and what I call push my contracts away. But I would want to know how I can push my contracts away for the free. I want to do it for the low. I don't want to pay normal people prices. You know what I mean? Like, nobody wants to fucking do that. But so for instance, you were saying what was it? Something was 163 a contract. Oh yeah, the 505s or something for next or for tomorrow, or was it tomorrow or the next day? I don't remember. Either one. The ability to buy a day or two out, yes, you're playing with more volatile contracts. So yeah, you're able to go on dailies and pick up things for really cheap and get halfway decent moves out of them. But my perspective, I sell my SQ, or at least 50% of what I got left. I know you took your 50% out, or I guess you took your 50% out already. I would take another 50% out and let the other 25 or 25% of the overall position at that point, I would just let those run, let them do their thing, because tomorrow I would assume you're going to go and end up to the downside of where we are now. So if that's the case, I want to be able to sell a couple contracts tomorrow. But I might not necessarily want to get rid of my SPYs that I bought today for tomorrow because they look good tomorrow. You know what I mean? Roll out in time. And like, sometimes the best thing to do with your profits is not to necessarily go the other direction, or like, oh no, we need to, like, okay, we just sold our puts, so we need to go into calls now. No, it's almost like, if you believe in the same type of move, and I still believe the move happens, or it needs to happen to the downside to continue in the market, it would make me feel like there's a good potential for more pullback. If I'm going to go and feel that way, I would rather go and move my options and my risk and liquidity maybe a week at a time, because then on Monday of this week, or I guess Monday of next week, your decisions are going to be, okay, now what do I do with all those SPY 407 or 507 puts that I bought all week that are now up like 600 or 700% because they're in the money well before they needed to be, and they're just chilling. There's a very yeah, so now right here you're seeing the SPY try to come back up. If the SPY goes and gets above the little red box, it's going to try to use that as a support. I believe that's an ill-advised plan. So I believe that's basically trying to stand on a fucking office chair. Has anybody ever tried to do that? I feel like it's trying to go, or I feel like that's just effectively like standing on an office chair with wheels on the bottom, and your face is about, I don't know, 3 or 4 feet extra off the fucking ground when you smack it on the ground. So it's probably going to create a little more damage. You know what I'm saying? RJ, I am. You are right now? You're standing on an office chair? Let's go. The real question is, are your tits out? Standing on an office chair, watching the stream with your tits out, I will absolutely 100% allow you guys to write those off as business expenses. High as hell, yes sir. I mean, let's be honest. When does anything go and stand on all-time highs without getting corrected and building support? And right, but what I guess last week my entire thesis just was what Lincoln Logs are we fucking playing with? Because we're not making any foundations. We're not making any supports. We're just hauling ass. And they're like on the video, on SMCI, on all those stocks, even though the market looks relatively healthy, it seems as like it's going to go and just be able to fold right through all of those areas that we just ran through on all the other stocks. I mean, I think that it's just about putting yourself at a place where you feel good about it. But I don't know the reference of picking up crumbs. I don't know if that's like saying we're not making a difference, which I completely agree with you, or if that's like if you're saying it's a that's actually at resistance right now. I'm watching for the SPY currently to go and try to post itself up over this 508. I just want it to break the top of this box, see if it can go and find support here. If it does decide to go and stop on a dime at 508.17, I will assume that we go to the top side. If we try to blow through this area and get rejected from this top side red downtrend that we have, I'm going to assume that comes back. What, the SPY or are you talking about the SPY or I believe we were talking about the SPY, the SQs, and Tesla. But I would agree that all of them look bullish right now. Property is selling up here. Yeah, fuck yeah, it is. Yeah, they're assuming. I, I guess I would assume that there's probably a very desperate plea to go and try to be like Jeff Bezos and fucking Gates, trying to like build a fucking bunker and try to be safe because people are seeing how the world's getting. And I mean, I don't blame them. I don't think that everybody needs to necessarily go to fucking doomsday prepping, but people being prepared is an absolute need to. I don't know, like I'm not necessarily the most like I'm not the woods guy by any means, but I can absolutely like handle myself in the fucking woods or taking care of shit. But if one EMP and millions of people die in the first like 15 minutes, first 3 hours, there's probably, I don't know, like it just does not seem like we're having a good time to the upside. Like it doesn't seem like the spy is like, I feel like the spy is this is actually a great analogy. I feel like the spy is like a person who goes and works at a rave but isn't on drugs. I feel like the spy effectively is just having to go along with the bump of the market right now because of the chips and everything else. What would be a beautiful thing, though, would be if Tesla can go and get down to a support area. What I think they're going to do is I genuinely think they're going to go and pass the ball to EVs that started out getting fucked on for what, months now. They started it with Mullen and Nikola back a couple months ago, and then recently it's been NVIDIA, or not NVIDIA, for Christ's sake. Rivian and Lucid and Neo and Li Auto and now Xpeng and shit like that. Obviously, those things are so down. Fisker is underneath $1. Like, those have to come back if there's any chance of any EV fucking company making it. And obviously, they're not going anywhere. So that's what I think they're going to do. Is I think they're going to just go and kind of offshoot the spy to Tesla now, instead of it going and running after the AMDs, the semiconductor side of things. I think they're going to go back to how things used to be, where Tesla goes up, spy goes up. And it might have something to do with the fact that Tesla might start going up while everybody else is going down. And, or I guess the green things in the market that people are just now getting in, or not realizing that this is just like a bubble, or this is a bubble just like crypto was last year, and it'll be something next year. But it's about how hard we go through the top, which I think we've been doing a very, very good job. I see the SPY as a buy here. I see the SQs as a buy here, which is the most fucking confusing shit in the world. But I would be buying SQs to hold them for probably 30 days. I would be buying calls up 30 strikes. Like, there's potential for the SPY to be in like the 550 area, but also pull back into the 500 and just crater back into like 460. But I like it either way. Just wanted. Wait, spying you? I'll spank the shit out of you. I'll do it. Bend over, give you that good one. You know what I mean? I'll get in there. Stop playing with me. Hit you with a banjo, son. Lost you for a second, got the spin wheel of death. Fuck that spin wheel of death. In the middle of that TED Talk. You know, listen, shitter. I'm out here trying to put on the new Ray-Bans fucking display for the local Blink 182 concert for all these kids to go and grab these brand new Meta sunglasses that have fucking shit in them. And you're calling it a TED Talk. That's crazy. You know, I run a fucking great booth right here, okay? It's a kiosk. Have some respect, sir. Make me out to fucking sound like one of those, like, shoe cleaners. Oh my God. I feel like I'm at least the guy that tries to run you down in the middle of the mall with the fucking hand soaps, if anything. The lady that sells sunglasses 2 for $100 is fire, though. But no, my TED Talks typically go and don't usually last this long, so I do apologize for the inconvenience. I need to see this. AMD trying to point back up to the top side of its little wedge here. But everything's pretty much consolidating right now. Going right back into the ranges that we were wanting it to. I like the higher high that we're making on the SQs. Or excuse me, the higher low in the last hour or so. If we can go and hold that, that would be great. But I would assume that the market wants to go and probably go green just a little bit longer. Because even if we do break up to the top side right here on the SPY, I do not think that's bullish for any reason. Yes, you're going to probably see a little bit of green movement. But I think that you're getting, like I said this morning, green movement into resistance. And I think we're going to end up probably lower or in a potentially lower spot on a lot of things tomorrow, because I think it's 37% of the time we go and end green on the day on Tuesday or something along those lines. I would have to get the exact number of what it is this week. But last week it was like 60 for Monday, Thursday, and Friday, and Tuesday and Wednesday usually are red days. So I would assume that we probably go and continue with that theory. But if I could, and if I was a market maker that wanted to go to the downside, or that wanted people to be fearing that there is a potential to go further to the downside, I'm immediately going to go and try to break through psychological levels that everybody knows and then take it a few more dollars and then bounce the shit out of it overnight after pushing it down as far as we can. That would potentially go and push us down into like Wednesday. And at some point during Wednesday, there could potentially be a low or a bottom that is too low. Like tomorrow, if we go and fade into the 175 and give the 175 up, we could be at 167 by 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. So I'm going and definitely keeping an eye out for that kind of stuff. But I do think that the market definitely, like Justy was saying, there is things that are setting up looking for support, and if they find them, I'm not necessarily bearish on everything, just so long as the SPY can kind of separate from the chips entirely. That being said, though, I have to make some phone calls and go by the bank and stuff like that. My TED Talk has gone a little long, but I will be around. I always have my phone, so hit me up if anybody needs anything. But yeah, I'm gonna be looking to potentially see this short. Leave my charts up, but probably short right around here into VWAP that's continuing to sit here. I would assume that you're going to go, yeah, anything over the 508 I don't like. I'm not a huge fan of, but I'm going to continue to go and assume that we are short off of AMD at 204, and I'm looking for the SQs to kind of come back into that $11 mark, use that as support, and then gap up off of that support tomorrow. If anybody needs anything, you guys know where to find me. I appreciate you greatly, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Be easy. All right. So, 1 second. 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 1 sec